Well, hello everybody and welcome back to a new episode of the TypeScript Tea Time. I'm your host Mirko and hope you're having an awesome day so far. Cheers! First of all, this is now the 90th episode of the TypeScript Tea Time. Pretty exciting. We're getting close to the 100. Can you believe it? Today, so due to I'm currently kind of looking for opportunities and ideas, startup ideas, and how to position myself more better as a company and so on. And one idea that I had is directly linked to image processing, or you would probably call it optical character recognition. And well, since I'm fairly linked with the AWS ecosystem, I thought we might want to check Amazon Textract maybe. I don't know how you Textract. I call it that one, which is essentially just that. They speak here of automatically extracting handwriting, text, or data from any document using machine learning. We don't need to go that far. The thing that I have in mind is essentially, let me just save the images. How do I download these? Download one. 3. What I want is essentially have images like this. In this case, this is Arizona, sorry, Arizona green tea, the German ingredients. So here it says Zutaten, which is ingredients, and I want to parse these to get the data out of there. That's the basic idea. Similarly, I have this is my what do you call this? Like the dishwashing stuff, the green stuff with which you wash dishes. And one more. In this case, this is soap ingredients: aqua, sodium, lauryl sulfate, glycerin, and so on and so on. And I want to essentially parse this automatically. That's the idea that I have. And I hope Textract will help us with that. So we don't have to do that automatically. Because automatically the app idea that I have won't work. Correct. Alright, so here we have it. Let's get right into it, I guess, before we do anything else. So I have no idea how to use Textract. So we're gonna jump right into it and just try it. That's the basic idea. What I essentially want, just to give you a basic idea, I want to do the following. User takes photo, then uploads it, and it happens to be to S3, which the user does not know or does not really care about. They just care that it is being uploaded. Then this automatically triggers Textract, which then parses or extracts the ingredients and writes the ingredients to some storage or some type of storage. I don't know yet where. We will have to see. Then ideally this triggers parsing of the ingredients in comparison and so on, and then report back to the user. Which that's the basic loop that I have in mind. There's a couple of things to this. So this here obviously uses Textract. This uses S3. This probably, since taking photos is typically done with an app, would probably be using AWS Amplify. Storage, I don't know yet. Maybe DynamoDB. This is just the job of Textract. Parsing ingredients, maybe Lambda. And reporting back, I don't know. Probably Amplify plus AppSync, but I don't know. And what I think technically orchestrated by most likely something like step functions. So that's quite a bit of work. What I want to do with you today is essentially check out whether Textract is the right thing that we need in this case. All right, let's do it. So, interested, jump in, do it. So, analyze a document. In this case, choose a sample document or upload your own to view the result from Analyze Document API. Sounds good. In this case, they have a sample vaccination record card. Oh, very, very modern. Mary, Major, last name, her first name is Major. And the first name is Major and the last name is Mary. Okay. Male, probably. I don't know what MI means in English. Birth date, some patient number, and so on and so on. Pfizer on to 2nd August 2021. I want to pick a document. Drag and drop. Very good. Drag and drop I like. So I just take, this is the tea, the green tea. Let's drag and drop it right there. What do we have here? So Textract's Analyze Document API provides data in a number of formats. Select the data output you'd like to retrieve from. So Forms extracts all key value pairs in the document. Tables extracts all tables. And Queries extracts document data based on custom queries. I suppose we want one of these two. Maybe both. Queries. Input query that Textract will use to extract the data that is most important. What are the ingredients? Do it. Do it. Let's see. I'm very, very... Look at that! So it did parse a lot, definitely. It's not 100% perfect. So it seems that it parses segment by line, segment by word. We can also completely parse each word, okay? So queries, what are the ingredients? Here it says it's just water, sugar, and fructose in German. There is more, there's much more in fact. It did not recognize that all of these are also ingredients. What other ingredients are there? Submit a query. Didn't quite work. What if we do something like this? Are there more ingredients? More the ingredients than just butter, Zucker, and Dose? that didn't work. No answer for that one. Okay. Not perfect yet. Far from perfect. Analyze document, analyze expense, analyze ID. It's not quite what I was hoping for. The raw text is definitely useful. Although these are still not ingredients. They just did it line by line, basically. Okay, let's try another one. Let's try... What is this? Okay. Let's drag that one. I want to... Let's just take all and then we see what will happen. Was sind die Inhaltsstoffe? What are the ingredients, essentially? Ingredients. Substance. Okay. Okay, apply. It definitely is very, very fast. Can't say it isn't. No results. We can't find any key or values. Okay. So in this case, it didn't recognize that there is a like Inhaltsstoffe, like the ingredients, and then something. Tables also none. So forms and tables is probably not what we are looking for. What I'm looking for in my use case. This looks promising. This looks very, very promising here. In this case, it found the complete list. Very nice. This is what I want. This is exactly what I want. This is exactly what I want. Very good. Let's try one more, because I only have one more for now. So, in this case, we pretty much know that we need ingredients. What are the ingredients? Parsing. Okay. And in this case, it didn't do terrible, but it missed half of the stuff. List all ingredients. Save. The same. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. What I think is that it's not trained on this kind of data set. And that's why, as far as I've read, so if you just, what I did so far is Textract. It's basically read this page here. And maybe one more. That, however, they are mostly the AI that is doing the extraction, and also in particular this queries part, is mostly trained for financial services, medical data, and forms like from governments and so so that people don't have to manually type in all the fun stuff. It's probably the AI is probably not trained on stuff like ingredients for foodstuffs or like soap or cosmetics products. How do we get around that? How do we get around that? If you have any ideas, please feel free to jump in, because it would be very interesting. Whether we can actually improve this. I know there is, this integrates with, down the results. What does that look like? So we have raw text. Okay. We get a CSV, and yes, I open it with LibreOffice. No, I don't. No, I open with VS Code. Yeah, that's better. Okay. What are the ingredients? It's exactly the same. Oh, it missed a Q there. Interesting. Page 1, alias none. Okay, key values. Thank you. Move this inside of here as well. Come on, you can do it. Key value, this one is empty. Okay, there's not much to analyze. Doc response. JSON. This handles all the bounding boxes that we see in here in the raw one. Each one of these matches a specific bounding box so that you can track back from the text to where it actually was, in case you need to understand something. Anything else inside of there? Relationships, childs. Okay. Interestingly, block type line, ingredients, aqua, soda, blah 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 blah, sodium. Then we have another child, chloride. What's the idea of this one? This just everything here? This is a block type page. So possibly it's the complete thing, but I don't know 100%. Let's see. That's a query result. Answer. What I want to see is something like this one. Is this also inside of the page? Yeah, the page just includes everything apparently. Okay. Page is just everything. What we want, it seems as if this green part is exactly what we want, but weirdly enough, I can't really find. I don't know why it stops there. Should it stop there? Leaf extract, alcohol. No, it should not stop there. It should continue. So somewhere we have leaf extract. There it is. Confidence 78. Where do we use this? Only in the page. Okay. Oh, these are individual words. Okay. I see. So it parses both lines. Now I understand what line means. Parses lines, it parses the whole page, it parses individual words. Maybe we take some notes. This is the target workflow. Possible. Maybe we call it V0. Now, Textract block types. Block types. So the first one is page, which is the complete image. Then we have line, which is one line of text. We have word, is a single word. Consists of words as children, as child. Okay. Text type printed. Relationships. Okay. You can even put this here. This one as Textract example response.json. Example analyze doc response.json. Like so. Why? Okay, there we go. Okay, but then it unfortunately stopped at some point. It's not that great. Perfect. Okay, those are the examples. What else did we get from the files manager? Let me just, so Textract, oops, does it exported files or outputs. One is raw text.txt, which contains all parsed or recognized text. Then we have query answers.csv. And then the answers to the question asked. No, that's not. Contains question answer pairs turned by Textract. Then we have evalues.csv, which is empty in our case, interestingly, because we did not, in our example. My idea why this is empty is because we did not choose any form data and so on. Like in the very beginning, we had to choose between form, table, and queries, and we used queries. Probably because we used only query. And not forms mode. And finally we have this one. As well as the bounding boxes. Is that what it's called? Yeah, bounding boxes. There's bounding boxes and relationships between bounding boxes. Or reverse lookup, i.e. text to position in image, and relationship between bounding boxes. Okay, that's something that we've learned. Now, the problem with this is that it's not trained for us. What we need is all of this, in fact, except for the, well, probably even the last ones here. What is CI1? CI19, CI19 something. Atrazine. Okay. Interesting. In this case, this is a kind of color. Coloring. Colorant. Maybe that's what the CI stands for. Probably also colorant, huh? Yeah, brilliant blue. And I guess this one as well. Cosmetic ingredients. Ah, CI stands for cosmetic ingredient. And this is again a color. Quinoline yellow. W. Interesting. Okay. So how do we improve this? That's the basic that we have now. Question is, how do we adjust it so that I can actually get the right answers? Right? That's what I want. I want to automatically parse this and have all the ingredients, not just a few. Okay, let's look at the getting started guidance. Analyzing invoices and receipts. It is when you look at that, I click on getting started and it just pushes me into some random subdirectory. Is that the getting started part? Isn't getting started the getting started part? No, apparently not. Okay. So I have set up an, just to get through this episode quick. I did set up an AWS account, have one. I do have the AWS CLI set up. I'm fairly sure at least. This. Probably a very, very old version though, that I shall upgrade. But that's another topic. Get started using CLI and SDK API. After you've set up AWS CLI and SDK that you want to use, you can build an application that use Amazon Textract. Following topics show you how to get started. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, now we go inside of there. Very interesting. There we go inside of there. Okay. We use the analyze document operation. So, you can provide an input document as an image byte array or an Amazon S3 object. That's probably what we wanted over time, because people can then just upload, and hopefully it just automatically, or with some more setup, it Textract that gets then triggered on upload to analyze the object. If you haven't already, create an IAM user with Amazon Textract full access and S3 read-only access. I have that one. Install and configure AWS CLI and the S3. Okay. Upload an image that contains a document to your S3 bucket. For instructions, see blah blah blah. And then use the analyze document operation. You can do it like this apparently.
Prime Arbitrator joined our tea time.
Prime Arbitrator. Welcome to the TypeScript tea time. Here's to you. Here's some green tea, fresh from Japan. Good to see you. If you're wondering what we're doing, we're working on, I'm checking out Amazon Textract, which is which I want to use to recognize ingredients on, for example, tea, or on any kind of foodstuffs or cosmetic stuff, soap and so on. Do we still have the example? No, we don't. Yeah, the basic idea is something like this. You upload something and Textract tells you, well, sample vaccination record card is one part of the image that we have identified. And then you can even put in some question, for example, what is the patient name? Mary Major in this case. This one, it works very well. In our case, it didn't work that great yet. Anyway, how are you doing? Very, very interested to hear from you. So let's get into this slightly deeper. So it wants us to have an S3 bucket, which is what we actually, with time, want to use. Let me sign in ever so quickly again to S3. And in here, I apparently already have a couple of S3 buckets, quite a few apparently. We just create a new one, and I call this Textract test. It doesn't really matter where I put it. Block all public access, that's fine, blah 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 blah. Do it. Bucket with same name already exists. Okay. Tea time. Extract test. Okay, that one exists. Now I can go over to here in order to use the queries feature. So I'm using the CLI for now. As time goes by, I probably want to use Node.js, or more likely, what I actually want to use is just AWS infrastructure to automatically trigger this. That's why I will go for the CLI for now, because that is probably most similar to the stuff that we actually need as time goes by. So in here, AWS Textract analyze document. So this uses the AWS CLI. S3 object bucket is t-time Textract test. The name, we have to upload something, I suppose. Let me create something like my user, because that is probably what will happen as time goes by. And then we put in these Arizona T. Washing, JPEG, and oh. So let's upload all of these. Perfect, go for it. Uploading, that should be fairly quick, I hope. And now we can probably close this one, and now I want to have the path to this one. So probably something like the path and then the document name. Features, we want query. Query being the one that is basically you just give it a question. Apparently it's queries. Forms does not quite work, unfortunately, for our fairly free data, because every foodstuff and so on, they can pretty much decide the format that they want and the color and so on. The only similar thing is that it says ingredients at some point, and then after that all the ingredients come. So we also need this -- queries config, because we're using the query feature, and in here we type the question. Is that right? It should have given a proper example here. Like, what are the ingredients? Question mark. Right? Let's do it. An error occurred when calling the analyze document API operation. I probably have not the right profile. AWS -- profile TypeScript t-time. No. Oh no, that worked. I think that worked. Command not found -- queries config. Oh, I'm missing the backslash here. It did not recognize it passed it as two commands. One which is this one, and that's why it first said you are missing the queries config. And then this one, which just said there is no such command. So I was missing here the trailing backslash, so it's multi-line. Unknown option. Queries config. Okay. Huh. Did I make a typo or something? Try this one again. So we need -- profile TypeScript t-time, which I think has the right permissions. Go to IAM ever so quickly just to verify. Users. TypeScript t-time. Yeah, there he is. Alright. Need to update my key and password, but that's fine. That's another issue. So that is the name of the profile that I'm using here. And I have that set up locally in my... so there is a file in your home directory /.aws/ I think .config, or maybe just config or something like that. And you can read it, but you should not show it to anybody if you do that. And inside of there, I have TypeScript t-time as a profile setup. So that's what I'm using here. With this line, then Textract analyze document queries, query config. Is the question mark a problem? I hope the question mark is not a problem. We need this part here. Side of there, we need t-time Textract. And let's try this once more. Following are required -- document is there. Does it not like the multi-line? Let's just remove the multi-line here. That shouldn't be an issue no, usually, but maybe it is. That one. Unknown options, query config. Maybe my AWS CLI is too old. Version. Yeah, well, S -- version. 2.138. .2.4. Oh, that's quite a bit. That's quite a bit. How to upgrade AWS CLI. Further upgrade. Jesus. There it is. Yeah, sounds good. Do that. -- update. I think I wouldn't have needed to. No, don't replace it. Ah, come on. I just want to have the unzip unzip is also there. Let's do this. Okay, AWS minus version. You need to type version correctly. 2.7. Wow, that's quite a bit of upgrades. So just in case, I will close the terminal once. Never a bad idea. And now, oh, an error code. But this is better than what we had before. Invalid S3 object exception when calling the analyze document operation. Wrong pronunciation. When calling the analyze document operation. Unable to get object metadata from S3. Check object key, region, or access permissions. Oh, I might be in the wrong region. Minimize region. I'm currently in this one, US West, US East one. Come on. Yeah? Oh, look at that. Would you look at that? Sweet. Now we just have to pipe it into something that's actually useful. Result dot. I think it was a JSON, right? I think we can kill this one anymore. All right. Nice. So that one worked. Except that it probably still has the same issues. Where do we actually see the query result? Somewhere we should have query. There it is. Answer. So this is a block type query. It has an ID. It has a relationship, which is the answer. Okay. Query result. Probably. I don't know which one. What are the ingredients is the question. And then we can take this ID and find it. And the result is of type query result, which in this case is water, sugar, and fructose, which is not true. It's much more. But that's now a problem, not of our mechanism of how to invoke it, but the problem of how the machine learning has been trained. How the AI has been trained. And it has not been trained on this kind of data set, I suppose. Assumingly. So invoked via CLI result. So take this one worked, put it into the README. Usage. So this one is assuming a newer version of AWS. Well, that's CLI. There's one thing missing, right? Region. Or if you have tested with So, or if you have the default profile and old set up correctly, then it becomes AWS Textract analyze document. So first step, upload an image to S3. Here we use bucket name. That was it. Time Textract test. A subdirectory my user and file name Arizona T. Then the following command. All right. Okay. Okay, so that works. Now, the question, I have questions. Most importantly, how using invoices, how do we train Textract to better work with what we have? That's the follow-up question. How do we train the machine learning model to work well with our use case? That's the big question. Other than that, it looks pretty okay-ish. And yeah. Let's check whether we find something in the documentation here. So we have that one done. This one also doesn't seem too useful. Analyzing document text, detecting document text. Let's start reading here ever so quickly. Textract operations process document images that are stored on a local file system, or document images stored in S3. You specify where the input is located using the document input parameter. Okay, it can be PNG, JPEG, PDF, or TIFF. What is the TIFF format? The graphic container that stores raster images in the tagged image file format. High quality graphics that support color depth of 1 to 20 bits and support both lossy and lossless compression. Okay, multi-layered and so on. Okay. Results for synchronous operations are returned immediately and are not stored for retrieval. Okay. That's one important part. Synchronous versus synchronous versus, what do they call the other one? Versus asynchronous, I guess. Operations. Waits for response. Response is returned as soon as available and not stored or retrieved. Complete example C. Okay, here they describe how we could instead use just byte arrays, formatted in probably 4 bits. Yeah, well, no, just byte arrays, in fact. This, I think, is Java. And alternatively, do something like this, which is what we do with S3 buckets, so file storage. Somebody has to upload the file and then something happens. All right. Then we get this kind of response. So maybe put this here. Oh, that's a very, very, very long document. And okay, there you go. Detecting document text. To detect text in a document, you use detect document text operation and pass a document file. What did we use as our command? Analyze document. So probably we would read to detect document text returns a JSON structure that contains lines and words of detected text, the location of the text in the document, and the relation between text. So this is probably just the character recognition, including location, but not really any metadata that can answer actual questions. Okay, maybe we start here after all. I mean, the documentation basically just pushed us down here at some point. This was what we just read, right? Maybe we did. Check document. Analyze document. What I want to know is what's the difference between each of these types, detecting and analyzing. So what is Textract? It makes it easy to add document text detection and analysis to applications. Using Textract, customers can detect types and handwritten text in a variety of documents, including financial reports, medical records, and text forms. And it seems that it's trained on that one, which is great for us. Extract text, forms, and tables from documents with structured data using the Textract document analysis API. Specify extract information from documents using the queries feature within the Textract analyze document API. Wait. Using the Amazon Textract document analysis API. And this one is the Amazon Textract analyze document API. People, please give good names. Don't just switch the word order and think that people immediately realize that it's a different thing. This looks like a typo. I probably did this myself, so I shouldn't complain, but still. I mean, they are getting paid a lot of money for this. Naming is difficult, don't you think? I mean, it's one of the 2 problems or 3 problems in computer science. The hard ones. The other one being cache invalidation, and the next one off by 1. So we can also process invoices and receipts with the Analyze Expense API, which is not what we need. So structured data. Oh, here's what I think. Textract services. Structured data. Then we use Amazon document analysis API. And from documents, i.e. less structured, I suppose, then we need to use using the queries feature. Then we use analyze document API. This is ridiculous. Oh man. So it's using deep learning to analyze billions of images and videos daily. You don't need any machine learning expertise to use it. Textract includes simple, easy-to-use APIs that can analyze image files, PDF files, always learning from new data, and Amazon is continually adding new servers to the system. The following are use cases for using Textract. Creating an intelligent search index. Textract can create libraries of text that is detected in image and PDF files. Okay, not sure what that exactly means. Maybe it fits your use case and learns about the stuff that you actually are interested. So in our case, it would be, for example, interested in the ingredients of foodstuffs, say, and thus more likely to recognize something as foodstuff ingredients instead of when you all of a sudden you show them a picture of a cat and then ask, get me all the text. It will probably have some trouble being trained on foodstuffs and just the ingredients tag of foodstuffs. Using intelligence, that's what I think. I'm not saying that's exactly what happens. Using intelligent text extraction for natural language processing, which is not what we need because we don't have natural language in our data. In fact, arguably, nobody would ever say something like sodium lauryl sulfate or glycerin or cocamidopropylbetaine in real life, except you're a chemist in that specific part. Accelerated the capture and normalizing of data from different sources. Did I already read this one? And provides you with control over how text is grouped as an input for NLP applications. You can extract text as words and lines, also groups text by table cells as evidence in extract. Document table analysis is enabled. It might be something for us actually. Although we are not having tables. That sucks. Accelerating the capture and normalizing of data from different sources. Enables text and tabular data extraction from a wide variety of documents such as financial documents, research job reports, medical notes, and so on. For unstructured and structured data, automating data captures from forms. So, benefits. Integration of document text detection into your apps. Yeah, we can use it using APIs. Okay. Scalable. Yeah, because it's AWS. Low cost because it's AWS. Okay. Pay actually for documents. You only pay for the documents you analyze. What's actually the pricing? I have no idea. AWS Textract pricing model. So the free tier, which lasts only for 3 months, unfortunately. 1,000 pages per month. $100 with query feature. It would be good if we could use forms or tables instead. Or forms in particular. I mean, it is kind of a form if you look at this. Because it says ingredients at the very beginning and then it just lists all of them. But for whatever reason, it does not sometimes recognize that it's actually splitting stuff. Or it somehow split its stuff in our 3 use cases. Hey, Dijkstra. Oh, what a nice name. I'm a mathematician, so I'm very fond of Dijkstra. By any chance, did you start using Textract? I've recently finished a feature with it, and it's kind of interesting to see someone streaming about it. Present around 1 million pages. Oh, that's cheap. That's cheap. Very nice. I have not used it yet, but I have an idea of what I want to use it with. And we did like 3 basic runs. I made a picture here of my for 100k. That's still cheap enough, let's say. This is my soap, and even though it's German soap, it still writes ingredients here in English. And I want it to recognize the ingredients. Unfortunately, what happened is, but you have experience with it. Very, very nice. What happens is the following. If I put this here in the demo queries and I say, what are the ingredients? Question mark. I can also just for fun enable all of the other 2 modes. Add query. Play configuration. It analyzes it, but you probably know this. The last time and this time again, as you can see, the answer to what are the ingredients is unfortunately not the complete block. Instead, it just recognizes the first 2 lines for whatever reason. It also has a typo in aqua, because why not? Table data does not return anything, unfortunately, and form data also doesn't. So it doesn't recognize here that ingredients is like a key. Do you happen to know, Dijkstra, whether there's some way to train the model? I know you can somehow integrate with augmented AI, augmented AI AWS, A2I, to have human reviews. I've only interacted with Textract via the SDK, also related to the mistakes in the return text. Textract returns the result with a certain confidence. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very good point. Very good point. That's regular for all of the machine learning stuff, right? So if we should see this here in the result, right? Here the query result, for example, is 82%, even though it only has like, so that's the Arizona T, which looks like this. It sees Zutaten, which is the German word for ingredients, but it only recognizes that the ingredients is until here, unfortunately. It does not recognize that all of these are also ingredients. Not sure you can train this model. What we've done, structuring the data, returning it from it, and feeding it into OpenSearch. Okay, that's also an idea. So you're just using the the character detection essentially, or maybe even at least some part of the structure. That it? I would like to train it, and they did easily implement. Yeah, I'm not sure whether, judging from the name here of augmented AI, it might not be, though they probably do, it might not be a service so that you can actually train it, or additionally train it, let's call it like that. But what I've read is, whenever you have something that has a specific, is below a specific threshold of confidence, it automatically can send it to augmented AI, and then a human reviewer can look at it and say, that it's this one, and all of this panfart. I forgot my own question as well. I think what I asked was, you're taking the structured data that you get from Textract, basically mostly using the word detection, optical character recognition, plus maybe something like blocks and lines, and then feeding that into OpenSearch to actually get the real results, right? Or is that what you're doing? You and your company? I don't know, I suppose. Train, Amazon, Textract. How to customize? No, it's not possible to train Textract. Okay. So what I would need is something that is more customizable, SageMaker. Like the custom machine learning stuff. So now we're using only the line blocks, structuring all the JSON files turned in a single one, and processing them a bit, then feeding them into OpenSearch. Oh yeah. That sounds interesting in itself also. So what I could do I'm not sure. I haven't used SageMaker myself yet, so look, it might pose issue while trying to recognize ingredients too, depending on the quality and angle of the image. It probably will. Just from judging these few images, it was fairly hard for me to actually capture this in a nice angle so that everything fits. This one was very, very nice because it's a flat one, but I cannot expect my users to have always, and the products they are using, to always have like flat like no curvature. That's a bit of a bummer for me, but I'm happy that you're here, Dextra. It's already much more fun, and already I can learn a bit. So what I can think. So here's what I had in mind originally. So for the use case I have in mind, let's just say for now foodstuffs. People take a photo, then they upload it, and it will be uploaded to S3. Textract will analyze it and hopefully extract the ingredients, but here we have to be more, we have to do some more apparently, because that the recognition of ingredients is not great yet. Then it writes it to some storage. On storage, it triggers some kind of Lambda function that I can actually process it, and then I can report it back to the user. That's the basic idea that I had in mind. Hey, glad. Yeah. What I can imagine is this. Similar to what you guys have. We do automatically trigger Textract. We extract the lines and words using Textract. Jay? Juicing. Now I want juice. How about a smoothie? And now, or maybe this still gets stored, writes the words and or the line. Oh no, what have I done? Writes the lines and words to some storage. This then triggers SageMaker, most likely. SageMaker to recognize the ingredients. And the good thing is the list of ingredients is somewhat limited, if you think about it. There will be some stuff will just always be there, some other ingredients would probably be more rare or rarer, let's say like that. Aqua will always be there, water, pretty much everything. Other stuff like, I don't know, what do we have here on my soap or my dishwasher? Or maybe my soap. They had like CI42090, which is a colorant apparently. I think it was blue color. This is probably more less common. But other than that, there is probably something that we can do to make this recognizable. We might even be able to do it depending on location. Thinking about it, because it will still, and not using SageMaker, instead using proximity data, which we do have, we have the position of the bounding boxes, after all, to determine whatever is close together, and it starts with ingredients. All of that are the ingredients, which is, I think, not a bad heuristic. You would probably still have to do some degree of how sure are you about this. Probably even improve on that if machine learning would be involved. But the basic idea could be to alternatively use the proximity data from Textract JSON result to determine the ingredients. This would probably be a lot of testing, and we might be wrong at times. But still, I mean, that's always a topic when you're using machine learning, right? I'm not a pro in machine learning by no means. Yeah, there are, exactly. We checked this earlier. In this case, so we have the complete page, which is just everything. Everything is a child of this. We have the line ingredients, and we do have some child relationships here. This, however, is not the complete list still. So this is exactly what Textract uses to generate our result to the question, what are the ingredients? But for whatever reason, it does not recognize that all of this fun stuff is also part of it. Was that the... Wait. Children... Maybe I'm wrong. In this case, it's a word. Go back, please. Whoops. Oh, maybe these are just the words in this case, because of the line. Yeah, I think these are just the words. Yeah, I think you're right. Ingredients, aquas, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that seems to be exactly the words. And it does not see in this case, it does not see a space between ingredients and aqua. Well, if it's only ingredients, that's fine. We probably still have to do some, if I want to parse this, I would probably still need to do some processing depending on the commas. Because sometimes you have stuff like, I think it was the Arizona tea. Or in German you can have even stuff like this, antioxidation minus Mittel, which means the word is split. In German, words can go very, very long because you can just attach them to each other. You can just concatenate them and then you write them together, not as in English. But if you have to then split them, do like word wrap, you do a minus sign. So this is actually one word, and I would probably need to recognize that stuff still. That this is part of the ingredients. Here we already see one case where it's even though it's proximate, it doesn't belong into the ingredients. Here it says it contains caffeine and honey. It contains, but it up here already says honey in the in the text, and then it says it's not, don't use it for children under 2 years, which is not an ingredient. So proximity is still an issue. So there needs to be something that is cleverer than proximity, apparently. At least in this case. I'm not sure, maybe the use cases that I have in mind are very close to what we have in with this SOAP here. So maybe they are nicely structured, but I'm not sure whether we can expect that. So that brings us basically back. Proximity data might be an additional source of information, but I think we have to use some version of machine learning. So let's call this machine learning in general, machine learning, and then I put SageMaker in parentheses. But that means I may have to train my own model, which means I have to take a lot of pictures and I have to take a lot of time to adjust the model. I wish I could provide helpful tips or anything related to this. What we've dealt with is just documents such as invoice books and engineering documents. That's the perfect case for Textract, right? As I've, at least according to what they say, that's the perfect use case for Textract. It's still great to have you here. And I already learned a lot from your comments, from your questions, from your answers as well. So thank you on that one. Maybe you can tell me, I'm still not quite sure what the difference is between detecting document text and analyzing document text. The way I think it is, maybe please correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Detecting is just, here's the text, like this, in this line it says this one, and in this line it says that one, and here it says that one. While analyzing is more about relationships and possibly even answering questions like, what are the ingredients? I think analyzing returns relationships between data. Okay, taking the text returns all the text. And it seems that analyzing actually includes detecting text, which makes sense. Although when I used the CLI, I mean, this does include all the text, but it's not in the format that is nicely handled. Here, the focus is much more on the actual on the relationships. I mean, I could just filter for block type word, and then I pretty much have the complete text. But earlier, when we downloaded, where do I have this? Is that one? Yeah. Earlier we downloaded the data that I just clicked here, and the stuff that I downloaded is what we have here. And one of the things that we get is this raw text.txt. Maybe that's the stuff that we get from the detect data. We can also run it. You say, yeah, exactly. Okay, perfect. Let me just run it to also have to make some notes here on our usage. So this one is analyzing text, most likely. Analyze document. And the other one is detect text in document. Why do I capitalize? I don't know. So what we want here, shell I think it was detect document text, like so. Textract document text minus document, and then we do not have any features on that one. So let's try that one. See how it works. Interesting. That just returns the same. Does it? Let me pipe this into invoked text document text CLI dot CLI result dot. It seemed like a JSON, right? Let's pump it into a JSON. This looks very, very similar. Why? Is this identical? Compare text with clipboard. No, it isn't. The IDs are different. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the IDs are different, but everything else is the same. That's weird. Interesting. How do we get the actual text? We have all of that. Oh. That page is broken. Huh. No, it's not. Okay. Reload it. What I think is it depends on how much I have to do. If this is all I need, then I actually think maybe I will go completely serverless. Yeah. Particularly the parsing of the ingredients, the stuff that actually is then relevant. So I can probably just tell you the use case. Even if it's my startup idea, you will probably not immediately run somewhere and then make a startup out of it. If you do, that's also great, because the people will have the people that the use case is for have a benefit from it. So what I think about is allergic reaction recognition. I have some friends that when they buy something, and I'm not talking about food stuff, I'm talking about cosmetics. I can try to describe what we've done so far. Yeah. That definitely helps. I'm also very, very interested. Do you want to write now? Because then I will not explain right now, because doing two things at the same time is probably not going to work. Oh, sorry for touching the microphone. Okay, then I leave it to you for a second. Drink some more tea. I almost need new tea. Almost. But I do think a complete AWS setup would be nice in terms of costs, in terms of scalability. And hopefully also in terms of making it work, because everything immediately has like HTTPS set up, it's completely secure and so on, assuming I set up the roads correctly and so on, right? It also poses some challenges, of course. For example, I'm not completely familiar with Textract just yet. Step functions too, not completely familiar with it. Codifying all of this is also another challenge, and orchestrating it well, step function hopefully is useful there, but still it takes some getting used to. So integrate Textract with SageMaker. So maybe we read for a moment, we read on augmented AI. So in your case, the process starts when someone uploads a document in our platform. It's exactly the same that I have in mind. It gets added to S3 and triggers an event. Exactly. The event triggers a Lambda function that does various things based on the prefix of the document. Okay. Okay. It's probably, just as a side note, I think that this definitely works. There's probably also something built into Lambda or step functions that can do that. For looking at the prefix, I mean. If the prefix contains something related to the documents that are freshly uploaded, async text extract. And that's where Textract comes into play. When Textract finishes, it publishes the job ID and details to SNS. Okay, so you're using messaging patterns. Different Lambda is subscribed to the SNS topic. Okay. What are the SNS guarantees? It has guaranteed at least once delivery, right? Textract enforces the use of SNS. Oh, is that so? Okay, I was curious. That's why I write here, writes lines and words to some storage, DynamoDB. But basically what you're saying is sends a message over SNS to someone. They have had issues. Thomas, hey, how are you doing? Good to see you. We're currently looking at AWS Textract. Because I had a new idea for a startup, I'm kind of doing some research on that one. And Dijkstra has used Textract before. So Textract is an AWS solution for text recognition and extracting information out of text. So you can even just ask some questions. So in this case, I have just uploaded this picture of a soap can. Where's my image? Yeah, maybe you can see it here slightly in the background. This is my soap that I use currently at home. And then it immediately extracts all the text out of it, here in terms of lines in this case. And then I posted a question to it. What are the ingredients? That's one way. You can also, if it's form data, then it works even better. If it's table data, it works even better. In our case, we do not really have a form. It just not recognizes anything here as a form or table data. But I posted what are the ingredients, and it gives me the first two lines as information. I think we determined that it's like $150 for 100,000 documents. Let's see. Dijkstra says so. After Textract pushes it into the essentially the event broker SNS. This triggers another Lambda function. Use the job ID that came from SNS to query Textract for the job details and results. Okay. Okay. So, I see. So this changes. It sends a message. I'm finished on job ID 1234 over SNS. Then this triggers a Lambda function in your case, or a function as a service function. Lambda is just the term that AWS uses. And then Lambda queries Textract by job ID 1234 for the extracted text, lines and words. Very, very interesting. That's super helpful, by the way, Dijkstra. That's super helpful. In the subscriber Lambda, then you can save those results dynamically or process them. Yeah, perfect. There's a method in the AWS SDK called getDocumentTextExtraction. It's probably, is that in which language? That looks like Java, but it might also just be Node. You provide the ID, return from SNS to it, and it gives you everything. Before I haven't yet discovered the queries API from Textract. Posing question to it is super cool. Oh, glad to be of help. In case you're wondering how do we use the SDK in Lambdas, we have a layer for it. Oh yeah, okay. To reduce bundle size and startup time. You can easily import only the required clients from this. Why didn't disrupt it? No, yeah, absolutely no. That is super, super helpful. It's in JavaScript. Okay. That's probably what I will be doing. Judging from the name, you might have guessed that we're doing mostly Node stuff here. It's good tea time after all. Hey, glad you like the AWS stuff. Yeah, I want to do more AWS stuff, but unfortunately, for whatever reasons, most of my clients don't use it. I want to get deeper into the future of software development, because I think, so from what I've seen on what AWS can provide, it is amazing. The cloud is the future. There is no question about it. Google Cloud is so good. Huh. Also good. Okay. Yeah. The one thing that bothers me, I started with the bothering part on AWS, is their naming. I mean, I said this earlier. We have just here in AWS Textract or Amazon Textract, we have two APIs. One is the document analysis API, and the other, guess what? It's the analyze document API. Or why did they call it EC2 instead of just VM? That's where I like, and concerning naming, I like the Azure naming. They are pretty much straightforward. Although when you get deeper into it, it also becomes annoying. Everything is just called app something something, app something something, app something something. Are you homeless? Are you referring to? Well, Azure calls it VM, and they can autoscale. Yeah, I suppose you're probably right. Judging from the market position that AWS had, they had to convince people that VMs are not just another version of VM, or EC2 is not just another version of VM. You're right on that one, yeah. They were pretty much the first ones, as far as I know. I'm not the software developer for long enough to actually have seen the transition, but as far as I know, they were the very first ones to go on the scaling part and in that idea. Yeah, you are probably right, you too, I suppose. From today's perspective, it feels a bit because it's hard to remember all the names in Amazon, AWS. They are not obvious. I mean, AppSync. Why not call it GraphQL? It would be so much more obvious, because everything is called AWS app config, AppSync. There are some more, application load balancer and all of that fun stuff. I find it, yeah. I'm sure there are reasons for it. It's still hard, and I think there could have been some more. Analyze document API and document analysis API is definitely a point where you could have improved. I'm sure of it. Anyway, yeah. So, if it's okay with you, Dijkstra, I will copy probably. I will probably copy the text that you have, because it's very close to what I want to do, and get that as feedback loop, early feedback, very early feedback, in fact. So here's what I have in mind. Many people have allergic reactions to all kinds of medicine and whatnot. In Germany, at the very least, you have, on foodstuffs, you are forced to write something like where do I have the pictures? Are they gone? They are gone. So in Germany, you have, on foodstuffs, you have to write something like can contain traces of, and then you have to write nuts, I don't know, soya, all kinds of gluten, all kinds of stuff that people can be allergic to. What you do not have is this fun stuff on medicine, cosmetics, medicine with an E, cosmetics, and a couple of more. And I think there's an opportunity that maybe somebody did it. I have not done any market research yet. The idea basically came yesterday. Many people have sensitive skin. And the problem is, when they buy something, when they buy cosmetics, so first they have to buy cosmetics, because otherwise their skin will be just, yeah, like pimples and skin actually peeling off and whatnot. Something that most people don't want. It helped. If I can help. Yeah, thank you so much. Copy, paste, modify. All right. So these people do have the need to buy cosmetics. The problem being that if you have sensitive skin, you have to buy cosmetics, but the cosmetics oftentimes do not fit your skin type. So you have a bad feedback loop here. The cosmetics that you use can cause reddening and other kinds of pimples, or even more dry skin and whatnot. So what would be nice if you had an app, you just take a picture before you buy it in the shop. You have the product before you. You just take a picture of the ingredients, and then you say, send it. It gets uploaded to S3, it gets analyzed, and then you get the result pretty much immediately. Let's say the thing that I can imagine is you want to wait at most 10 seconds. You get the result. This is probably going to cause trouble for you, judging from what you have reported to us before. Or this looks nice, and for people with your skin type, they have tried it as well, and the problems that you reported, it fitted. It was a good fit. They did not get any trouble, their problems have been solved, and so on. So you can buy it, and you use it, and hopefully it's a fit. If it's not a fit, you report back. You will not get your money back from us, of course, from me. But you can improve, and as time goes by, hopefully, the app will be nice and know above about your The app knows enough about your skin type and the allergies that you have, basically just by matching the ingredients with reports that you've given, to determine your allergies and what will likely be working for you and what will not work for you. So take photo, get result, likely causes allergic reaction, or people with your skin type use this product without any problems. By recommended. So I think there's a market. I'm not sure, maybe the market is already saturated, I'm not sure. I know of at least one person who has exactly this feedback loop, and that's a person that's very, very close to me. Gonna log off. Yeah, thank you so much. Hope to see you again, Textract. Thanks again. It was very, very helpful what you explained to us here. And it also helps the stream. So, double thank you. Have some tea. Hey, and also thank you so much.
Extra joined our tea time.
Okay. Thank you for joining the tea time. The cats are also happy. Look at them. Yay! They turned into Sherlock. Have a good one. I'm homeless. You're saying there is a market. Why do you think so? Why do you think so? It is now a question that I'm basically doing for market research. If you're one of the potential buyers, that would be all the better. Yeah, it saves them time, it saves them money, it saves them a lot of regret. Imagine buying something, these cosmetics, actually they cost like 30-40 bucks for a month. Imagine buying something for 40 bucks just to notice it doesn't fit. Imagine buying drugs in the drugstore for 40 bucks to see that your headaches or whatever actually get worse. You would be like, yeah. That's an additional effort. That's an additional thing. Making it as easy as possible. That was my idea. and I know about a couple of solutions that could help me with it. I was hoping for Textract. It is seemingly only a partial solution, but yeah. So I think that would make it very, very simple to use. It will save people money. It will save them a lot of regret, hopefully. And it has a good thing why I hope this might be something is that I can very, 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 very clearly define the target group. That I can very, very clearly define the personas involved. Who I have to talk to is still open to get investors involved and all of that fun stuff. But I think there's a market. I have to do some market research, of course. Maybe there are already apps that do that. I can imagine. I could imagine, let's say it like that. If that's the case, then well, that's it. Try them, see whether they work. At least tell my friend who has this kind of use case about the apps that are out there, and maybe it already solves their problem. That would also be good. Then I can kind of help without doing anything. Help my friend without doing anything. But yeah, I can use the startup tag. Yeah, today I used the co-working tag. I'm not sure whether it helped, but people are joining, which is good. Oh, is that true? Interesting. Wow, that's interesting. That's a good hint. Thank you so much. That's very, very interesting. Mm-hmm. I have to make a note of that. I mean, most of the time, unfortunately, I'm not working on startup stuff directly. I'm mostly just learning new stuff in hope to eventually find an idea that I can then implement. Where's my Twitch note? Very nice. That's actually a nice idea. When I was most startups fail, absolutely. Yeah. I was working for a finance startup who was working with actively managed certificates is the name. It's basically a faster way for managed or actively managed funds. And one part of that is startup investment. So I had the chance to look into that ever so slightly. And there was some very, very interesting ideas to determine the movement of stocks using modern technologies. And I come up with this now because you say capital people actually join Twitch and look for the startup tag. That's just such an interesting idea. Definitely not something that you would like if you're very, very traditional in your venture capital firm. It's probably not something that you would do. And one idea that was very interesting, for example, in the capital world, stock world, was they used satellite images, which you can pretty much easily get. You can, if you want, you can use AWS to get AWS satellite images. Ground station, that's it. I think for $3 you can have 1 minute of a, or at least a connection to an satellite, which is, if you ever dreamed of, I want to to work on a satellite, you can have it for $3. It's a cheap dream if you know where to look. And they used maybe this one, maybe just any version of satellite images to look at Walmart. How many people are on the what do you call this, parking lots on Walmart, to determine how Walmart will move. Over some time you can average it, and if you have lots of people most of the time on Walmart, you can be pretty sure that that sales were pretty good. That is very, very smart usage of modern technology. And visiting Twitch to look for the startup tags is also very smart, I think. Yeah. They basically have the sales numbers before anybody else. Maybe even before Walmart themselves, because they have to actually count the stuff, although they probably have it automated by now, I would assume. But Walmart, of course, does not report more than quarterly, I think. Yeah, but inside trading is actually, I think it's forbidden, depending on the country. Inside trading is forbidden in many states. Sorry, not states. That sounds like America. Countries. You mean the one that I had this idea? It would be very, very, very interesting. Just from a technology perspective, I mean, we can use Amplify and React Native and Expo, plus AWS Amplify. We can use S3. We can use Textract. We can probably use some machine learning with SageMaker. We might be using some Lambda and JavaScript or TypeScript, most likely. It will be TypeScript. And working with DynamoDB and working with AppSync to actually get the data back to the user. Working with step functions. So just from a technology perspective, this is grande. I would love to do it. So yeah, the question is how you always have to have very good execution on these things. You have to do very, very good execution to actually get it in the right hands and all of that fun stuff. And I'm terrible at marketing. I realized that very early, and even more in the last 2-3 years. I'm terrible at marketing. I mean, my two apps, this one, the newest one, you know that one, it still has like do I have, yeah, less than 10 downloads still. Which is, I'm not doing any marketing, so there is, yeah, it's not a surprise. Marketing for me feels very weird. So there is a lot for me to learn still on that front. Launching fast, yeah. I mean, I did share my idea. Theoretically, you could go now and do it. But I am aware that doing this is still a lot of work, and you have to do it well, and you have to talk to the right people, and not many people will do it. Like, actually implementing it. Many people will say, yeah, that's a great idea, I would actually be on board, and then if you ask them, yeah. Right? Absolutely. Idea without execution is worth nothing. Yeah, you can actually on Fiverr. On Fiverr, I've seen. Fiverr is a company where you can buy freelancers, and you can buy ideas. Thank you. No. Is there, do you guys know whether there's a way to stop Chrome from opening this pop-up here? I would love it if there is. Idea finding. You can pay people to give you like 100 ideas. I will find trendy and viral content ideas for TikTok. It starts at $26. 40 is not that good. Yeah. It varies a lot. The prices are just ridiculous. I mean, logo creation. You can create logos for $5. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Work time for me, $5. It's probably somewhere in India or somewhere there. Who's doing the work? $5 is like nothing. Talking to me on email is probably wow. That's not much. That's you wouldn't be able to live here in Germany with that amount. Yeah. So, but what I was about to say is they actually give you like 100 ideas and all of that fun stuff for $5. So ideas without execution is worth $5 or 5 cents because it's 100 ideas. Oh, but that's a lot. I mean, that's more than a third. More than a third. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's the idea I have. I looked at Textract now. Textract doesn't seem to be the complete solution to what I have in mind. Problem being, so let's write some result here from our analysis. Consequences, or how do we call this? Decision, or yeah, maybe just results. Learnings, results and learnings. Textract is good for text extraction. Not feasible for extracting the ingredients automatically, or for fully extracting the ingredients. Seems, at least according to Dijkstra, seems to require publishing to SNS for further processing. And anything else? Other than that, it's very, very low maintenance and cost effective, judging from the prices that we've heard. Let's look at it once more. It's Textract. There it is. That's what I'm looking at. Textract. So it's only part of the solution. Only part of the solution. I was hoping for more, to be honest, that I can immediately just tell it what are the ingredients and then it tells me here they are, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Look at pricing once more. We have a pricing calculator. They have the free tier, but I'm outside of the free tier already. If I actually start a startup, AWS, if you talk to them, they actually support startups less time for the TypeScript tea time, actually for our current tea time here. They gave me $200 of free money, ever so slightly limited, So for example, a domain I still had to buy, but for most stuff I would have been able to use those $200. And the credit was for 1 year. By now we are over 1 year. Yeah, they sent me an email. Basically, I just when I created the account for the TypeScript tea time, back when I started, they sent me an email, the marketing team, and they said, yeah, we're supporting startups. I said, I'm doing streams on AWS. It's probably good for you. And they said, yep, here you have $200. That was pretty nice. We did use it limitedly, unfortunately. Most important, in particular, because I had lots of work at that time. Currently, I would have lots of work, but I'm on vacation. Yeah, that was pretty cool. But you can just get in touch if you have a startup idea. And you want some, that didn't quite work. You want some support. At the very least, they can just give you some credits if you create a new account. Sometimes that happens, which is pretty cool. And that already helps, right? Having not to pay $200 is nice. In particular, because during the time where you build the startup, you will probably, as the founder, not see much money, unfortunately, right? Yeah. So having $200 more is not a bad thing. And it kind of pushes you into trying more. Instead of sitting there and like, oh, but if I do this now, I will have to pay another bill of $500 or $50. And then you're just like, whatever, let's try this. If it works, it'll be much more money that you make, probably. Trying more, learning more, knowing more, exactly. And that's what startups is all about. Learning what works. Learning what works. Yeah. The free tier, by the way, even if you just start with AWS, or you just create a new account with the same credit card, which is possible. You again get the free tier. And in the first 3 months, they are very, very generous, and still in the first year, they are very, very generous. So, for example, Textract, for the first 3 months, you have like 100 pages per month, which is not bad. Depending on how many customers you have in the beginning, it won't be too much, probably. So, yeah. Here's the pricing: 1,000 pages, $150. So $150 per 100k pages is right. Yeah. So that's for the text detection. If you're doing the queries thing, it is 10 times more, which is a lot more, but still, if I would be able to immediately get the results, that would probably still be worth it, I think. They have a lot in the free tier. Yeah. The page that I always visit is this one. And Google knew that I'm looking for the AWS free tier. Thank you, Google. You can find all of it here. It's kind of overwhelming, actually, to look at, but it's a lot. And even after the 12 months, you can have a lot of free stuff. AWS S3, I think the 5 gigabytes are for free forever, for example. If I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it's not. Some degree is for free, I think. Database, storage. Yeah, 5 gigabytes, there it is. Oh no, 12 months only. Do I actually pay for it? Or maybe I have so little storage that that it's not worth for them to actually bill me. Well, it might change sometime. Okay, so we've got our results from Textract. If you want to try it, let me share this link with you again for Textract. Oh, that one. So that's the documents. It was very, very easy to look at the demo. Basically, what I just did was just log in, look for Textract, and it directly redirected me here to the demos, and then you can just drag and drop right here, give it a query, and wabams, there you have it, and see how it works. That's very, very nice from a user perspective. I'm basically doing that right now. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, except that I don't have a startup. When did I stop working? I think in May. Yeah, since May I'm pretty much on vacation mode, which is nice. Nice, and I will be on vacation mode for some more month, probably. Maybe until the end of the year. If this actually becomes an idea and I get investors on board, when I stream each day, I do have things to do. I don't know. I still have to do some market research and all that fun stuff because before I actually dive right into it. Yeah, but I'm currently thinking about what I actually want to do. I'm still a freelancer at this point, and recently I was thinking about where do I actually want to position myself. What I came up with is being the TypeScript guru, together with being the Nest.js guru, which I am already, so I don't have to do anything anymore, except for learning more of it. And I already have some project where I can say that I am this. The problem is more that I don't want to work again for a company at this point, and I still have to finish my trip to Japan, which is about to be realized maybe this month if I'm very, very lucky. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm hoping for. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Do you speak out of experience from this? That would be very interesting. To have more. Yeah, it would be interesting. Yeah, TypeScript, Nest.js, and React. That's my basic tech stack. Yeah, I don't think so. To be honest, if I would be working for 10 years straight with this tech stack, I would probably be able to finish. It would be 10 annoying years probably, because I'm always working for somebody else, and I am forced to switch projects from time to time due to tax laws. I cannot just say I am with this client for the next 10 years. Otherwise, I would have to become an employee, and then they will not pay me the price that they would if I'm a freelancer. So if I would go with this tech stack for 10 years, then my passive income is good enough to finish. And building a startup is probably more work. But what the thing is, what I have in mind, and what I imagine that I want, let's say it like that, is once I'm finished with this, basically, and I have my passive income paying the bills, what would I do? Well, I would build a startup. That's the point where I would build a startup. To not get bored, to bring value to people, and to help. Because I do want to contribute. That's why I'm streaming. I do want to contribute. I do want to connect with people. I want to see people engaged. So I would probably build a startup after I've done this in the regular freelance session, working for others in other. So in the long run, I would probably build a startup anyway. The difference being I would have more experience or less experience, because building a startup, I think the best chances are the people for building a successful startup is people that have built a startup before and failed like 2 or 3 times, and trying again and learning and trying again and learning and trying again and learning, and then comes the idea, hopefully, that they can start through with. And not only the idea, also more importantly probably, the execution, talking to the right people, getting the right people on board, interest the right customer segment, doing the right research, doing the right the right marketing, and so on and so on. That's a long learning process. Without doing it, there is no way that you will probably learn it. Like my marketing skills. I did read some books on marketing, but still, man, this is now just like a chatting thing, but chatting stream. But it's still nice. Thank you so much, Homeless. It encourages me. It very, very much encourages me. Your words. So thank you so much, and also thank you for joining again and again. You're one of the people who are here for quite some time now. Thank you so much for being here. Cheers on you. Sorry for touching the microphone again. Yeah, so that would be something. Coming back to the technology, I have the basic idea right here, right? So what I would need now, I have to be the one thinking. What I would need now is probably look into machine learning. I did just a tiny bit of PyTorch long ago. Basically regression functions. And I haven't used anything like SageMaker. So that would be something that I would need to take a look at. But there's SageMaker Studio as well. TensorFlow, which is, but those ones are much more hands-on, right? Or is it also hosted? TensorFlow hosted? I can't even imagine something like, where did it go? SageMaker is probably using TensorFlow in the background. Did I use TensorFlow? I think I used PyTorch. Right? Yeah, machine learning framework as well, yeah. I remember. Yeah. I can write in JavaScript. That's nice. Yeah. What I think about is probably using hosted stuff, because it's most likely easier to set up, hopefully easier to train, because I know from my experience, from my little experience just with PyTorch, training and finding the right parameters for the machine learning is very, very hard work, and not work that I like to do. It's just fiddly diddly, and I like to do the broad work. That's why I'm looking into building a startup, right? You have to do this and that and that and that and that. They are completely unrelated stuff. You have to know a little bit of everything, but being the expert in how to trim. Is it trimming? Tune. That's the word. Lack of all. Jack of all trades, yeah. In my case, it's lack of all trades. I think that I will make that one my feature name. I'm a lack of all trades. I did see a video here on Twitch, I think even, on Amazon SageMaker. If you're not aware of it, there's an AWS Twitch channel. I mean, Twitch is owned by Amazon, so that's not surprising. But they are actually pretty good out there. In particular, what I can recommend is the serverless office hours are very, very nice. Serverless office hours. Okay, you know, yeah. Serverless office hours are pretty amazing. I learn a lot from those. Although they sometimes have a bad, annoying timing for me. But they also have channels on YouTube. I didn't even know that one. Nice. So I got to look into that one as well. Searchability on Twitch is terrible, to be honest. YouTube discoverability and searchability is much better. SageMaker Studio is one thing that I think would be helpful. Let's look at SageMaker. Build, train, and deploy machine learning models. So what do I want from, or what do I think about? From Textract, we get the words and the data. Basically, when it boils down to it, you get something like this. Ingredients, aqua. Can I zoom? Can I not zoom in this? Okay. Can you see this? Yeah, pretty much. Ingredients, aqua, sodium, lauryl, sulfate, blah blah blah. Information about the shown blah blah. Eagle. Anyway, sign, symbol, probably. You can find on blah blah blah. So, and then we pass this one into a machine learning model, and it tells us, well, these are the ingredients, hopefully. I was hoping Textract would do that for me, but it's not trained enough on these kinds of data. And there's no way, apparently, to train the Textract stuff. So we have to use something else. And I think any version of machine learning models, reinforcement learning and whatnot, AI, will help us to do that. And the good thing about the ingredients is there's pretty much a somewhat limited list of it, right? They also have that one is, yeah, Twitch is more for live stream, absolutely. Finding content on Twitch is terrible. YouTube is kind of getting into the business of live streaming as well, and they're pretty good on it, particularly because they rank live streams so high in their search. So maybe at some point everybody will just be on YouTube. A lot of streamers actually went over from Twitch to YouTube, right? So coming back, hopefully if we train the model on enough data, the problem is always with training models, you have to have enough data. They have to be labeled, which means you have to have the human essentially writing what is the correct data. And then the model can train again and again and again, learn from its own errors that you essentially correct. And then the model at some point will be good enough, hopefully, to learn that, okay, these are the ingredients and these are not the ingredients, and so on and so on. We have some more data, in fact, from Textract, like this one. Can I pull you in there? No, I cannot. I have it up here. Here, this one, which in particular also includes all this data that we have here. This is just the very, very short version, the actual text. But we get more data from Textract, most importantly proximity data. And proximity is a good indicator of whether this is still part of the ingredients, because the ingredients are basically just one block, right? There will never, or in less cases, there will be multiple blocks of ingredients in few cases. So here with this data, we even get proximity data, and I don't know how to train it on this, probably using the polygon or something, I don't know. But maybe the machine learning model will actually even be able to use also the relations with proximity, using the polygon most likely, to determine, yes, this is indeed part of the ingredients. So that's probably the next part that we need to look at, and then just do it a bit, right? Do you want to continue? I've been streaming like 2.5 hours. If you want to continue, I would start just doing the first SageMaker thing. I mean, why not? Yeah, then let me take a 5 minutes break just to make my eyes hurt less. Plus results and learnings, and then we take a step at SageMaker AI machine learning. First steps. Good. All right. Then currently it's a full hour, so like in 5, maybe 10 minutes, probably 5. All right. See you in a minute. Thank you so much already. Right, back we are. But first, let's get some tea. Cheers. So guys, what homeless? I did it. I put in the startup tag. Cheers to you. I put in the startup tag. You're getting me all excited about this. I'm so easily influenced. You don't see it. I did add it. Maybe it... I don't know. Twitch doing Twitch things. Twitch doing Twitch things. If you reload the page. But if I open a new tab here. That might be a bit much. You're requesting. It is not wrong. How do you write startup? Do you write it in small letters or do you write it in? Okay, yeah. Well, I did it. You're getting me too excited. All right, SageMaker is what we want to check out next. Why do we want to check it out? So once again, we get the data from, or assuming somebody sends us a photo of the ingredients, we pass the ingredients, or we pass first of all the text with the help of Textract or any form of image, character recognition service. There are a multitude out there. I'm not sure. AWS character recognition, optical character, OCR. I think it's only Textract that does it. Yeah, exactly. So it is only Textract on the Amazon at least, but there are a multitude out there. You have too strong an influence, probably a good influence. I think one needs this kind of getting excited and just doing stuff, right? In particular as a startup. I'm listening a lot to Google OCR. Textract is from... Wait. It's that one. Detect text in the Cloud Vision API. Okay. Very good point. Before I will actually go with Lambda with AWS, I should check whether another service like the one from AWS Cloud does the thing better. Right? If I can spare myself the trouble of using AWS Amazon SageMaker, the machine learning stuff, then that's all the better. I would have to. I'm not sure whether I have an account on Google Cloud. We can do that next time, I think. Let me write that down. But I won't do it now because I have to set up an account and all of that fun stuff. yeah, and install the CLI and whatnot. But a very, very good point. Let me take a note of that. Next Twitch stream. Oops. Just give me a new note. Thank you. Next note stream. OCR with Google Cloud platform. So take that link, put it there. Yeah, I have already. You still have to provide your credit card information, and I don't want to do that on stream, as you might imagine. Right. So we will do that next time. For now, I want to take a look at AWS SageMaker. Getting started. Right. So, that's not important anymore. SageMaker. All right, so Amazon SageMaker provides machine learning capabilities. I hope that's okay with you, Homeless. That are purpose-built for data scientists and developers to prepare, build, train, and deploy high-quality machine learning models efficiently. Quick setup, standard setup. Probably when we actually do something, we most likely have to do the standard setup, a detailed setup that allows for configuration and authentication. Yeah, which is probably what we need. Network settings, integrations, and encryption. That's probably what we need. But for now, we will just take a quick look. That's why we take this one. So I wish they had a dark theme. Can we write them an email? Everybody, please write Amazon an email that they should provide a dark theme for their UI. So let's zoom in a bit. So SageMaker domains are the central storage to manage the configuration of SageMaker, okay? So for the quick setup, we have public internet access, standard encryption, SageMaker Studio integration, whatever, Canvas, whatever, I don't know. And IAM authentication. Okay. Probably we'll have to do the standard setup later. User profile, default, whatever. I accept it. Minus time. Well, like that. Default execution role. SageMaker domains requires permission for its users. For a broad range of capabilities, you may attach the Amazon SageMaker full X policy. Yeah, let's just take that one. Do I have to do that? Right now? Create an IAM role. We want to give it access to... What was the one that I've used like a couple of minutes ago? S3. S3. This one. Oh. Ah. They should have a copy button right there. So. Like this. Okay. Do it. Okay. Enable SageMaker canvas permissions. I guess we do that. Not sure what canvas is exactly. we want to check it out, right? So let's just get this done with. Jupyter Lab 3 will be officially supported. Okay, cool. Did my... Oh my headphones don't work anymore. Weird. That's bad. Okay. Can use RStudio. You have worked with it. Integrated development environment for R. I have never used R. Is that the language? The programming language for statistics and all of that fun stuff? So what do we have here? SageMaker Studio provides a single web-based visual interface where you can perform all machine learning development steps, including building notebooks, experiment management, automatic model creation, debugging, and model and data drift detection. There's a lot of words I don't know. SageMaker Studio is a free machine learning development environment that provides the compute, storage, and security, all at no cost for anyone to learn experiment with machine learning. Oh, that's nice. All you need to get started is a valid email address. Interesting. Canvas provides a visual point and click interface that allows business analysts to generate accurate machine learning predictions on their own. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds pretty much what I'm doing. That sounds pretty much what I'm doing. Do we have a specific recommendation? I have no idea with R, so I probably won't use RStudio. The other ones sound okay-ish. The best one for me sounds like this one, but I cannot click the... Oh, wait, what? Was the button enabled? Seriously? This button is disabled. Studio or Canvas? Let's take Canvas then. Apparently this button is actually enabled. Obviously. Yeah, that might be a bug. Where am I now? Okay, so... No! Okay, here we go. We're back. Let's click on Learn More ever so slightly. No code required. Launch it. Shall we watch the video? It's like 1 minute. I cannot share the audio, but if you like, feel free to do that. It's just 1 minute. It's always saying ML instead of machine learning. Okay. Oh, very good. So it's backwards compatible essentially. or we can export it. If we desire to have more freedom, we can just use Studio, I think. All right, let's get to it. Should we click there or should we click here? Studio images attached to domain. I don't think we have any of that. So we can just, I guess, click that one button, which is enabled for whatever reason. Local file upload configuration. Enable local file upload to allow users to upload local files to Canvas. What file? Oh, I do not have... Okay, I do not have the permission. Well, then don't do it. Okay, so general settings, not useful. Studio settings. We have some stuff here. I hope you cannot just access this without me allowing you. SageMaker projects and Jumpstart. If enabled, the administrator can view the SageMaker built-in project templates and Amazon Jumpstart solution published in service catalog. The launch constraint role and the project use role automatically generate. The launch constraint role and the project use role. Oh, that's not an English sentence, right? There's a verb too much. Automatically generated. Use the role automatically generated in IAM, I suppose. Yeah, create the role if you can. Please do it. I cannot use anything of that. No workbench license. Okay, great. Now what? Use your domain name, then choose launch app. Didn't I choose a domain name already? Updating domain. Oh, ground truth is the one that I've seen. Where you can use labeling, custom labeling by having a human involved. Domain is ready. How do I go there? I need some time to set things up. Okay, yeah, that is possible. You're right. You're probably right. Yeah, I have no idea what any of these mean. So I think ground truth is the one where you can actually label your data, meaning, if I remember correctly, say this is correct, this is not correct, or these are the correct answers to the question in a sense. Notebooks, I don't know. Processing, I don't know. Training. Not sure what. These are the parameters, hyperparameters, and all of that fun stuff. Inference, I don't know. Edge manager, probably putting something on the edge. Augmented AI is where you have human reviews. And then marketplace, including so that we can just get stuff simply. We have something like ingredients, drug ingredients, and development process. That sounds nice, and it's for free. That sounds nice. I mean, for my use case, yeah. Big boxes. Maybe we go to Studio. Maybe we go to Canvas first. Launch. Didn't we do this already? Okay. AWS, come on, you can do it. Okay, that didn't work. Fingering domain. Maybe it's still setting up, I guess. Hey, there we go. Learn by doing. Yeah, I want to do just that. Exactly that. It's slow today. AWS down report. That's the wrong date. I think that's my stuff. Health dashboard. Okay, so I don't want the personal one. That is. Oh, that's just GovCloud. Whatever. Okay. So we can try this one. Didn't we like look at this earlier? Oh no, this one is new. Cats. Oh, something is happening. Yay! Yay! Cats are happy too. Come on. My drum roll is starting to get hurt. Oh, Amazon SageMaker canvas not working. Any second now. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. I mean, we can look at the docs. The docs should work, right? I hope they host their docs somewhere else. And statically hosted. Oh no. I think my headphones are broken. Yep, they are. Yeah. Well. At least it's only like the $5 €5 headphones. All right, I guess we start reading, huh? while we wait for this one. SageMaker is a fully managed machine learning service. With SageMaker, data scientists and developers can quickly and easily build and train machine learning models and then directly deploy them into a production-ready hosted environment. It provides an integrated Jupyter authoring notebook instance, that's a long word, for easy access to your data sources for exploration and analysis, so you don't have to manage servers. Okay. It also provides common machine learning algorithms that are optimized to run efficiently against extremely large data in a distributed environment. With native support for bringing your own algorithms and frameworks, SageMaker offers flexible distributed training options that adjust to your specific workflows. Okay. Deploy a model into a secure and scalable environment by launching it with a few clicks, waiting for a long time, and training and hosting are built by minutes of usage with no minimum fees and no upfront commitments. Okay, so it's the typical AWS pay for what you use type of deal. This guide includes information and tutorials. Very good. Very good question. I was asking myself. SageMaker pricing. So it depends on the instance that you're running on, apparently. So, or does it just use? Yeah, it seems to be. No, there are some different costs depending on where you are and what you're actually doing with it. Probably you need to use training at some point. You need to use studio notebooks and notebook instances, I guess. Processing, maybe. Not sure what serverless inference is, and jumpstart. So it comes together, but it's still per hour pricing of below $1. So for testing around, testing the waters, this is still okay-ish. I still don't know what I exactly need. Apparently it's running, it can run TensorFlow. Boy. Yeah. Something happened. Oh, there we go. We did it! We have set up our canvas. So, Canvas helps you to easily build and use machine learning in a few steps. Simple steps. Learn how to use with a quick 1-minute tutorial. It will probably learn a bit more, take a bit more, but yeah. Let's do it. So there are 2 main pages in Canvas. Maybe we zoom in a bit. It's not responsive. As a web developer, you can't even zoom. As a web developer, I must be Amazon, there's an issue. Models and datasets. So there are 2 main pages in Canvas, models page and the datasets page. Okay. Model page. Model page shows the model you've created in Canvas. Well, that's not useful, except you know what models exactly is, which is probably the function essentially. If you consider the machine learning machine, yeah, or the machine itself that it uses to make some inference. Okay. And then datasets show the datasets you've imported into Canvas, which is the stuff that the model gets trained on, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. It must be like 4 years ago since I've used PyTorch. Yeah, okay, the model is the function. You train it on the dataset typically, or you run it against the dataset to get the actual results that you want. Training is just one of the part, or one step to make the model more, to improve the model so that on the actual datasets, like your customer data and so on, it actually works the way they want it to. Okay, good, nice job. You've learned the main structure. Well, that was simple. Now let's quickly learn how to build a model. Okay. First, join or import new datasets. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, can I? I cannot click on it. It doesn't allow me to click on it. Then click on the dataset. After importing new datasets, choose a dataset you want to build a model with. Choose a dataset you want to build a model with. Okay. then you can also try our sample data sets. Yeah, that's probably what we're going to do, because I don't have prepared any data. If you want to know more about how to build models with different sample data sets, check our workshop page. Okay, another time. You can restart the tutorial from there. Wait, was that it? Okay, so I can click on here, product descriptions .csv. It has a computer brand, Bell. In this case, it has a computer model, which is base. In this case, it has a screen size, it has a package weight, and a product ID. And we have some more computers. Okay. Now, if we create a model from this, let's just say test product descriptions. Create. I already regret that I have white space inside of there. Oh wow. Select a column to predict. Okay, so given the input, let's look at the data set once more. Given the input, let's say product ID, screen size, or maybe screen size, computer model, and computer brand, these three should define essentially package weight. Or let's say maybe we just take screen size, huh? I don't know, we can take all three. Maybe we take all three. So these three probably correlate in some way with package weight. This is still a simple one, I think, where you just have a regression function. And what we want is to determine, depending on the screen size and the computer brand and model, the weight. Let's try that, just to get started. Probably I was inside of there. Target column. Let's start there. Let's start there. Package weight. So that is the one that we want to predict. Value distribution, apparently somewhere between 4 and 8.09 kilograms or pound, I don't know. Model type. SageMaker Canvas automatically recommends the appropriate model type for your analysis. Numeric. Alright. That sounds good. What other types do we have? You can post complete. No, how many? These are example questions that we would ask to then, in those cases, you probably want a numeric model. We can have 2 category models, the 3+ category model and the time series forecasting. So 2 category model would be something like, will the delivery be on time? Yes or no? Okay, because it's categoric data. Yes or no. Or, I don't know, warm and hot. Sorry, hot and cold. Category 3 or 3+ category is probably then answers that have basically multiple choice. Will the delivery be early, on time, or late? Will the customer be a frequent customer, an average customer, or an infrequent customer? And time series forecasting is something like, how will my sales be affected if I raise prices 10%? How much inventory should I order for the holiday season, and so on? We do not want to change ours because package weight is just numeric. It's very, very simple data. So the predictive accuracy of the model might be lower for datasets with fewer than 500 rows. Okay, how many rows do we actually have? 120 only. It's not that much. That's not that much. But this one is disabled. Is this one not disabled? They should really work on their design. No, it's disabled. Okay, it's disabled. It's disabled. Probably this is already the result, huh? So build a model with this data set. In here, join with Kansas sample shipping logs.csv in join data. Set actual shipping days as the target column and numeric prediction as the model type. Okay, we can do that, I think. How can we add another data set? Shipping logs, right? I think it didn't really change the... How do we join? Model recipe, grid view. So show dropped columns. Match unique mean. On average, you have a Bell base computer. This one? There's no recipe to list. Or maybe we have to go to the workshop page. Inner join canvas shipping logs with test. What was the data set? Canvas sample. I don't think so. This one and that one. And join data. Ah, okay. So when I go to data sets, how do I go back? I can click here without having anything selected to join data. Okay, now I get it. Yeah, take that one. And sample housing, sample shipping. This one. What did it say should we join on? I forgot. Alright. Let's copy this one. Oh, it's still there. Very good. We can go back. We don't lose the state. Nice design. Inner join with those guys. This is an inner join. Very good. So we take only the products that also have shipping logs and only the shipping logs that also have products attached to them. That would be an inner join. Set actual shipping days as a target column. So now we can import this data as products and shipping logs. Import. Yeah. And we can create a model from this. It's empty. No, it's not empty. Ah, there we go. Now we have 1000 rows apparently. We create a model, product and shipping logs. So, and we want to have let's say something like predict actual shipping days from product and shipping logs. Or actually from incidentally, it's from shipping logs by product. Hey, Max, how are you doing? We're currently working on AWS. Have you worked with any form of infrastructure providers before? We earlier checked AWS Textract, which is text recognition. Now we kind of moved on because we noticed that Textract is not enough, and we need some form of machine learning to learn more. So target column, I want to have actual shipping days here in the example. And that's it. So now you just started learning things. That's a good one. That's a more important start than what I'm doing, right? The more important learning. That's a much bigger step. Learning a new programming language, I think. So yeah. Configure a time series model. How do we do that? Choose a column that uniquely identifies the items in your dataset. I don't know. Order ID maybe? Yeah. Thank you for lurking then. I have no idea what I'm doing right now, but Homeless is here to help me, guiding all of my decisions. So we somehow have to find a unique identifier. Hey, thank you for joining there as well. Cheers on you.
Max's _69 joined our tea time.
Look at the color of that tea. Did you see it? Look at that nice color. So we have an order ID. Is this one unique? Probably not, right? Oh, it seems to be unique. Yeah, those seem to be unique, yeah. In that case, we take that one. That one. So, ID column, we take the order ID, was it, right? Optional, choose a column that groups the forecasts by the values in the group. Optional, so I don't do it. Choose the column that contains the timestamp. I guess it's order date. Specify the number of days you want to forecast in the future. I don't know. 100? You cannot forecast more than 500 days, interestingly. You can use the holiday schedule to improve your predictions accuracy. Let's not do that right now. Now we can have multiple builds, quick build or standard build. Choose accuracy over build. Quick build is not supported for time series forecasting. Okay, let's take a standard build and do it. Analyzing, do the thing, magic algorithm. Request failed. No. AWS down report. All right. Yep, that might be an issue. Homeless, you already said so. That there are at least some reports, and it's kind of slow today. I mean, it's not terrible. It's only 13 people, 6 reports here, but still. Huh. Why? Failed due to errors. Retry. Now I can do it. Come on, SageMaker. Make me a Sage. No, unfortunately not. Okay. Future values. One or more columns in your if you continue without adding these values, your prediction accuracy will be lower and you will not be able to create what if scenarios. And you will not be able to create what if scenarios when predicting. What if scenarios. Oh, okay. A minus would be very, very appreciated. You can update your dataset by clicking the select tab again. Okay. No, thank you. Not now. So. Maybe we start at the very beginning, huh? Maybe we start at the very beginning with this Canvas Immersion Day SageMaker. So that's what I'm going to be doing now. Make sure you have performed the steps in the prerequisite section. Well, where is the prerequisite section? Ah, there it is. Okay. Self-paced lab. Launch SageMaker Canvas. Yep, we did that one. Yep, we did that one. Define name. Yep. We did create a role. We do have an S3 bucket. Submit. Stay in pending for a few minutes. After a while, the domain will be provisioned. We have all of that. And then we open the studio. It may take 1 or 2 minutes at the beginning. And then we see this fun stuff, adding the trust policy. Okay, do we have to do that? So if we, where do we have to go? Head over to the SageMaker Studio domain page from before and copy the name of the execution role. Studio. I guess we launch it. Oh, now we have 2. All right. I guess. Here's the execution role. What do we need to do next? Why do I need an IAM trust policy? IAM trust policies are typically for when you talk to another AWS account, as far as I know. So I'm confused slightly. Head over to IAM. And search for the role you've just copied. Let's do that. There it is. Click on the role, add permissions, and then add policies. Oh, it's using Amazon Forecast. Is that another service? Oh. Haven't heard of that one yet. And Redshift. Redshift is a business intelligence solution and warehouse. I don't want to do that, to be honest, because it's it's going to be fine to set it up, but removing it will be terrible. As far as I know, and I have to pay for it after all. Well, I guess we do it, huh? Maybe if we do it once more. Request failed. Man. Yeah, I get it. Pay it. Does that actually help us, SageMaker? I'm not sure. I hope it does at some point. None of these questions kind of fit our use case. I'm kind of worried that SageMaker might not be the thing that we need for the use case of determining how many words or which part of a specific image and then the extracted text or that is the actual ingredients list. Probably a way to do it, but it's definitely not that obvious for me now. So let's try it. Just for the learning process here. Let's remove this one. We don't need that one. Where? Here. So in the SageMaker, yeah, I am. We need another policy. Generate. Add permissions. Attach policy. We want that one, and we want Amazon Redshift. There it is. Nope, nope, that's not what I wanted. I think it has it attached now. Yeah, there we go. All right. Then, yeah, that's what it looks like. Perfect. Click on the row, then choose Trust Relationships. Click on the Edit Trust policy. Okay. Trust Relationships. That looks just like we need. I don't know, change the contents to follow this so that it can. So what we're doing here is we give the row that we have an additional one additional access point, which is forecast Amazon something, and then save and done. Do we have to do this as well? Man, the setup definitely needs to be improved. I mean, we just want to do the tutorial, right? And yeah. Head over to S3. Yeah, let's do that. So inside of here, we pick the file storage that we created. This one maybe. Probably not an issue that you have, that it's not empty, is it? That would be really, really annoying. So first of all, head over, blah, blah, blah. Then configure cause. Permissions. Where's that? Permissions cause. Oh, there it is. Okay. And what we take is at the following. We just allow everything from everywhere. But you still have to be authenticated. So there's nothing to worry for me now. Done. Finally, we're done. Okay. We did it. We have the setup now. Let's go over this now. The first thing that we want to do, we're not going to start at lab 7. We start with one, customer churn marketing. We did do the prerequisite steps, so now we can do the real stuff. In this lab, we assume the role of a marketing analyst in the marketing department of a mobile phone operator. Okay, we have been tasked with identifying customers that are potentially at risk of churning. Churning meaning they leave. For those who are not native English speakers, that's a word that I had to learn. We have access to service usage and other customer behavior data, and want to know if this data can help explain why a customer would leave. Okay, yeah. That sounds useful. In particular, if we understand why the customer wants to leave, we might be able to effectively do something against it, so that the customer stays with us. If we can identify factors that explain churn, then we can take corrective actions to change predictive behavior, such as running targeted retention campaigns. Yeah. For our dataset, we use a synthetic dataset from a telecommunication mobile phone carrier. If you can download it here. The sample dataset contains 5,000 records. I think we have it inside of here as well, right? We don't. Okay. In that case, we download it. This. So, we open this. Let me call this lab 1. If any of you have worked with SageMaker or anything in the AWS or cloud infrastructure stuff, please tell me. I'm very, very curious about your experiences. Or what are your experiences with them? Do you like them? Do you hate them maybe? Would you like things to improve at some point? Or another? Very, very curious to have this kind of conversations. So we have 5,000 records, where each record uses 21 attributes to describe the customer profile. Okay, the attributes are as follows. We have state, we have account length, the number of days that this account has been active. Okay, so days since start essentially, or contract signing. Area code, zip code, phone, Intel plan, international calling plans, yes or no, okay. Vmail plan, voicemail features, yes or no. Vmail messaging, average number of voice messages per month. Days per minute, days calls per day probably. Yeah. Charges per day. Eve mints, Eve calls, Eve charge. Evening calls, evening minutes, and how much it was charged, just like with day, night, and international. Customer service calls. Why is this? All of this is. Why is all of this abbreviated? Turn. And whether the customer left or not. That's what we want to predict in particular. So in this case, we have binary data or categoric two category data. Either yes or no, black or white, or hot or warm. Import the dataset in the canvas. Yeah, let's do that. I think I have an idea of what we need to do. We can click import. I can just drag and drop this, hopefully. Yep, that worked. Import. There it is. Source is in this case local, right? We can click on it. Now it finally processed, okay. We can click on it and then we can create a model from it. I suppose that's what they want from us. Click the upload button. Yeah, we did that. We dragged the stuff. We could have looked at it in a preview. Can still look at it after we've imported it. For example, here's someone from PA. That Philadelphia? I don't know. American users, please help me. WY is Wyoming, right? So account length, he's or she's with us 146 days. Area code, phone number. Uses international, does not use Vmail and thus does not send any messages. Talks 2 minutes, 2-3 minutes per day. Calls 3 times per day. Those are very, very short. Short calls. Charge about 5 cents, I guess. Mostly evening calls. All of them are actually evening calls. And interestingly, they also have night calls. These are not calls per day, but during daytime. But a lot of calls during the night, interestingly. Interesting dataset. And they did churn eventually. They also called the customer service 6 times. Here's somebody who called customer service 8 times and didn't churn. So they must be kind of a patient person. Okay, what else do we need? From here, we can create a model. You can now, import the data. It takes a couple of seconds, and after that, it's done. Then we can go to models and create a new model. It's also an option, or we can create it from the data set. I will just do it from the data set. That sounds just like more economic. This is test lab 1 churn. Great. Customer churn. From here, my guess is the following. We choose as target whether they want to churn, and yes, it is two category prediction, yes or no, because that's a question of yes or no. It would be something different if they actually could come back and we still track that kind of information. Although you could probably still reduce it to yes or no. Okay. And when we have done that, we are now in the select. We have already done because we did that from the other part. We are on the build part. We select the target column. We take 2 category, and probably we just take all of these columns. Probably from a perspective of effectivity, you might want to remove what is the actual phone number, because that probably does not really correlate. Or does it? Maybe? I don't know. Next. We now validate some assumptions. We want to get a quick view into whether our target column can be predicted by other columns. We can get a fast view into the model's estimated accuracy and column impact. Okay. Because different columns will have different importance on the result. Let's use preview. Can take 2 to 15 minutes. It cannot take 1 minute. Be aware of that. Whoops. Is it still running? Yeah, okay, very good. Accidentally hit the wrong button. So this feature uses a subset of your data and only a single pass of ad modeling. Okay, yeah, typically you train multiple times. For our preview model, this takes about 2 minutes to build. Wow, this takes quite some time, to be honest. And then we see, in this case, we have a high accuracy on high relation with night calls and evening minutes, day minutes, so how many minutes they did and how many calls they did in a night, and then it slowly deteriorates to how important this is. Phone and state have little impact, yeah, as I have expected essentially. Be careful when removing text input because it can contain important discrete categorical features contributing to your predictions. Okay. Here the phone number is just the equivalent of an account number, not a value in predicting other accounts' likelihood of churn, and the customer state doesn't impact our model much. Okay. So let's just remove them. We can probably do that. Yeah, this looks very, very simple, similar to what we have in the other one. Can I make this larger? This is so terribly small. You can't even see it, huh? Yeah. So, oh, I can't even show it. There it is. This part is what I was looking at. So currently it's like 95.6% accuracy to predict whether churning will occur or not. Somewhere we have to actually make predictions. I'm curious about that part. So they say after they removed the country code and all of that fun stuff, the accuracy actually increased ever so slightly. But as someone who has seen physicists at work, everything that is within, I think, 10% or 1% is just a error of measurement. So it does not say as much. So yeah, the biggest impact have night calls, evening minutes, and night charge. And now we can select specific stuff that we want before we actually do the complete analysis. This gives us an insight into what columns impact the performance of our model the most. Here we need to be careful when doing feature selection because if a single column is extremely impactful on a model's outcome, it's a primary indicator of target leakage. Target leakage. Meaning basically is it what I think? Overrepresent its generalization error. Target leakage can happen when a variable that is not a feature being something that you want to predict, is being used to predict the target. But target leakage can happen when a variable that is not a feature is being used to predict the target. For instance, if the training dataset was normalized or standardized by using missing value imputation, an unseen dataset may not have any knowledge. Oh, that's so abstract. If we look at this one, my guess is that if you look at these three, if this is a target, this is just the inverse. So, oh no, it's not. No, it's identical even. So probably maybe the machine learning model will just copy the value from here and then say that's the result, and it will have very, very high. Yeah, there's a strong relationship between gut sinus infection and took antibiotic. However, antibiotic is commonly changed after the value for gut sinus infection has been determined. The result is target leakage. This results in target leakage. Not 100% sure yet, but well, stuff that we need to learn. And the feature won't be able to at the time of prediction. In this case, few columns showed very similar impacts, so we continue to build our model. Do we see more? Yeah, okay. Then now we see that night calls have a very, very high predictive behavior. Even in evening minutes, still very, very strong. I'm not sure what exactly 4.5 means. But I suppose the higher the better. Yeah, and stuff like international plan, email plan, phone number doesn't correlate at any rate in effect. Let's take out state and phone, and I want to do area code as well. Yeah, I want to drop all of these. Update. And let's see how it changes. So now what else do we have? In this case, few columns. So whenever we have very, very strong correlation, we should be careful. I don't know what very, very strong correlation exactly means, but yeah, well. For this lab, we're planning on using all the available features. We can come back. What is a feature exactly? ML feature. A feature is an individual measurable property or characteristic. So it's one value, huh? Examples. I'm still not sure what it actually is. So, if you have an easy example, I would very much appreciate it. Once you've explored this section, it's time to finally train the model for building a complete model. colon. Oh, that's a comma. Is it? No. Canvas offers 2 build options. Standard build builds the best model from an optimized process powered by AutoML. Speed is exchanged for greatest accuracy. Quick build builds a model in a fraction of the time compared to the standard build. Potential accuracy is exchanged for speed. That is not necessarily a bad thing as far as I know, because if you have too high accuracy, there's something called overfitting, which means your model is very, very much adjusted to the data set and does not generalize well to new data that actually needs to be predicted. I mean, we're just training our model at this point. It's a good practice to have a general idea about the performance that our model will have by training a quick model. Okay, a quick model trains fewer combinations of models and hyperparameters in order to prioritize speed over accuracy, especially in cases like ours. We want to prove the value of training an ML model for our use case. Okay, note that quick build is not available for models bigger than 50k rows. Okay, all right. Let's do... Oh, look at that. I've removing area code, state, and phone number actually increased our accuracy, but interestingly, the correlation with night calls got decreased, which is a good sign, I think, because it shows that night calls are less important now, meaning we have less likelihood of target leakage. Quick build, do it. Before training, please check for any issues with the dataset to avoid potential failures while building a model. Okay. Alright, looks good. Validate. Oh, okay, that just brings me back. Start. Do it. Analyze. Expect build time 2 to 50 minutes. What else do we have? So this takes some while. Now we wait somewhere between 2 and 50 minutes. Since the dataset is small, this would take probably even less than 2 minutes. Oh no, they're lying. They said 2 to 50 minutes and it's less than 2 minutes. How could they? I feel so defeated. Now we wait. Oh, that's what I read just now. When the model building process is complete, the model predicts churn 95.9% of the time. This seems fine, but as analysts, we want to dive deeper and see if we can trust the model to make decisions based on it. Yeah, that's the part that's interesting. On the scoring tab, we can review a visual plot of our predictions mapped to our outcomes. This allows us, not quite sure how that will look like. This allows us to a deeper insight into our model. I hope so. Let's focus on the first tab, overview. We see this kind of candlestick thingy. Yeah, this will take a minute. I'll be right back. Here. Go again. So did it finish? Not yet. Okay. So we might see something like this. It might slightly differ. Not sure. Model predicts the current churn. Correct churn? Question mark. 95. That's probably just the column name. 95%. 99.9% of the time. Canvas separates the data set into training and test sets. The training data set is the data canvas uses to build the model. Okay? Test set is used to see if the model performs well with new data. Okay, so they already take, so AWS SageMaker already takes our complete data set, splits it into smaller chunks to train the model on it, and some other chunks that it uses to validate that what it has trained actually generalizes. Interesting. Interesting. And we don't need to do anything for that. That's nice. Hey, how easy or difficult was it to create a model in Canvas? I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Don't show me again. For now. I can't say anything yet. So, what do we see here? What actually changes so with night minutes, impact on prediction, night minutes had a pretty low impact on prediction. Night calls, interestingly, had like, if we had very high amounts of night calls, it was very fairly predictive with like 5%. This is percent. Not sure what this 5 means. True, false. So the less night calls somebody had, the more likely it was. Oh no, wait. This is impact on prediction. If somebody had very few night calls, it did not change the prediction much, which makes sense. They don't care about it. If they don't do night calls, right, then there's nothing to get from there. So it should not influence the model. That's at least plausible. And it's good. It's good that we find the plausible explanation back in the data. If somebody, on the other hand, makes a lot of night calls, like a lot, like 360, then it's very likely that it correlates with the correctness of our churn rate, because that's one major factor that they care about. It doesn't, beware, this does not tell us whether somebody churned. This tells us, this graph here tells us how it correlated with the prediction, or how well in a large number of night calls predicted whether the model guessed correctly. So that's a completely different dimension and doesn't really have to do anything with whether they actually churned or not. It just answers the question, is our model good or not? Okay, interesting. There is the predict button. That's what I'm looking for. This is where we actually use the model, I think. So let's go to the overview tab. Oh, sorry. To review the impact of each column. This information can help the marketing team gain insight that lead to taking action to reduce customer churn. For example, we can see that both low and high customer service calls increases the likelihood of churn. Well, guess what? I could have predicted that way earlier than the model. But that doesn't mean I want to do it. That doesn't prove me, right? It was just a hinge. In this case, it's probably also a very, very easy data set. And use case, most importantly, use case. The marketing team can take action to prevent customer churn based on these learnings. Examples include creating a detailed FAQ on websites to reduce customer service calls and running education campaigns with customers on the fact that can keep engagement up. Or we get better customer service, damn it. Why is that not an obvious solution? Or build a better product so we don't have we have less customer service calls. Where do they click here now? Scoring. Okay. So if we go to scoring, what do we see here? If the model predicts true, it's correct 95% of the time. For the values that are true in the dataset, the model predicted 96% of the time, 96% of them to be true. Not quite sure what this means. For example, what percentage of... So I'm hovering here over the lower one, which you cannot really see. Can I move you? There was the... Come on. Come on. Come on. I just want to make this smaller so you can actually see something. The cats are in the way currently. If I do this, you can see something. Very good. So, insights. If the model predicts true, it is correct 95% of the time. For example, what percentage of emails flagged as spam are actually spam? And that makes sense. For the values that are true in the data set, the model predicted 96%. For example, what percentage of actual spam was flagged as spam? Wait, what? What percentage of emails flagged as spam are actual spam? And what percentage of actual spam was actually flagged? Okay. So these are kind of positives. And well, let me find another example for this. What percentage of emails flagged as spam are actual spam? Emails. What percentage of emails flagged as spam are actual spam? And the other one is what percentage of flagged spam? No, that's not the right one. Of actual spam are flagged as spam. It's also a typo. It says as. So here we have the total set. What percentage of emails flagged are actually? We flag how many of the flagged ones are flagged correctly, and down here how many of the correct ones are flagged correctly. That's the two that we have. How many of the flagged ones are flagged correctly, and how many of the correct ones are flagged correctly. And we want to match these as close as possible, right? Ideally these match completely, which means our model would have 100% accuracy. Okay, and what do we have here? Predicted, actual. How do I read this? All predictions 1000. 500 were false, 500 were true. And we have 24 false. False predictions. On the false side, okay. On the false side, we have 24 false predictions on the and 16 on the true side. So in total, we have 24, 16, 40 wrong predictions, right? Does that make sense? I think. Yes. And 284 of the true predictions were actually true. We flagged 476 as false. Quite a few of them were actually still false, and those are marked here. It would be interesting to see. So I suppose this is 100% here, and you want to have this strip to be as thick as possible, which means prediction and actual value matched. I think that's how you need to read that, right? Okay, I get that. So true positives, number of true results that were correctly predicted as true. True negatives, the number of false results that were correctly predicted as false. False positives, the number of false results that were wrongly predicted as true. And false negatives, the number of true results that were wrongly predicted as false. Starting to get a feeling that this is not what we want for our use case of improving the text recognition. That would be pretty annoying. The matrix chart, is it? Okay. Advanced metrics, let's not even look at it. Using the model to generate predictions, that's the fun part. Predict. Let's just take a, I don't know, single, use a churn CSV. Next, choose generate predictions at bottom of the page. Yeah. That is kind of useful. They should have just given us another. They want to now do the predictions on the basically on the test data set, which isn't a very good idea. They should have just given us another one, another 500, and then see that it still works most of the time. Well, let's try it. Select the data set. One. Do it. Generating predictions. Yeah, please do. It should be faster now, I think. Where's the... Here it is, okay. We could also do single predictions instead of batch, okay. And congratulations, that's it. There it is, it's ready. Well, download. Can I... Wait. No, it vanished. Oh, it's code. Let's look at it in this form. It's just the data set, is not. Oh no, here. Here's the predicted values and how likely this is to occur. Here's one with where the Wyoming one, where the model is very, very insecure about whether that will be right or not. It is very, very secure about the PA dude. And in general, fairly certain about its prediction. You see a lot of ones and close to ones. There's a 1078. Good. All right, I get that. And that's the lab for today. We could do the next one. So here's the fun part. How will this help us? What we want to do, remember, is we get images and we want to predict whether up to which point of this data that we get. So we can use image recognition with Textract. How do we, however, use this to then determine that all of this is part of the ingredients and not just this here, for example? Because we want all the ingredients. That sounds more like we have to train a different... So, two things. One thing that I can imagine is what kind of output is this even? We want as output, we don't really want an answer like yes or no. We don't want a numeric value. We want we could do a numeric value if we like take the 9 number or something, but probably that's also not right. A word number maybe. It might be something. What else did we have like as models? Select. Oh, sorry, build is what I want. We have... Can I not select the model? Oh. So I think we can remove these by now. Neat. Problem type. Yeah, or I have to find some way to model. Oh, that's a churn. To model my question in such a way that I eventually have one of these problem types. Let's say this one. So we have 3+ category model type, which is also not quite what we want. We don't have time series. We don't have yes/no answers. What we do have, if we model it differently, we probably have something like numeric data with line numbers or word number. Maybe we can change the model in a way, the question in a way that we can model it with this one. Otherwise, this does not work, right? So my feeling is that actually what we want is we want to have a better way. We want to have a way to train Textract, essentially. So remember, what we try to do is, thank you for not showing me Textract. Let's try it. What I do is, where do I have? Where did I put the images? Second. Can't find the images again, but I do know where they are, so let's go there. Put that one up. Okay. One, for example. So what we have is something like this, which then gets parsed, sorry. And if we give it a query, list all ingredients, apply. We see, hey, this time it worked slightly better, by the way. But we want to have a better model that actually gives us the complete thingy here on a large amount of images, probably. So what we actually want, damn it, is better image recognition, I think. But we cannot train Textract, unfortunately, ourselves. That's very annoying. That's very annoying. Or we have to, maybe I'm using the wrong. How do I model something like that? So my hope was that if I put all the words into something, it can give me the machine learning model can give me an answer of what are all the ingredients, and not just a few of them. But looking at what we have in SageMaker here, didn't quite match the use case that I have in mind. Do we have anything else than CSV data? We have logs here, which are also CSV data. Maybe SageMaker is not what we need. But it's good that we find that out very early on, right? I definitely did learn something. Hopefully you did too. Oh, there we go, images. Ah, no, images is something different. Never mind. Search training jobs. Yeah, there might be ways to do this, but it's not as obvious as I was hoping to. No, well. Nevertheless, I learned something. I hope you learned something too. It's about time for me. We already streamed like 4.5 hours. Wow. It was a lot of fun. Thanks so much for the people joining, in particular. Oh, mosquitoes, damn it. Particular Dijkstra and Homeless, thank you again for joining me and giving me encouragement on going through with this plan. Of course, I have to do my due diligence. Maybe I will stream tomorrow, maybe I won't. We'll see. Tomorrow my plan is something different for the beginning of the day at least. Let's see how much energy I still have after that. All right, thank you so much. Hope to see you next time at the TypeScript Tea Time. I still am Mirko, your host. We worked and took a look today at AWS Textract, which is a simple way to extract text from particularly documents, but also from just general pretty much everything. For example, here I have an image of my soap bottle that I have in my bathroom, but it is mostly trained. So it uses AI. It is mostly trained on documents like forms and all of that fun stuff, and on passports even. So Analyze ID is designed for driver's license and all of those fun stuff. Passports. Analyze Expenses is for example, for receipts. Analyze Document is more general, but I think it is trained on medical data. It is trained on, let's see here, what else do we have? Health insurance cards, vaccination cards, loan applications, and all those more formal documents, not the back side of a soap bottle. All right. Other than that, I kind of talked about the startup idea that I've had, and I still have. And then we took a look at SageMaker. Again, thank you for Dijkstra for sharing the setup they have, which pretty much was the same idea, or they built pretty much the same thing that I had in mind, with multiple triggers here and there, and the user uploaded something there, and then it triggers Textract, and then it triggers something else. There's some orchestration necessary, but that's going to be fun. One thing that we found out is Textract is not the perfect match for our use case. We therefore looked into SageMaker, and from the first look, I have to... So, the question being, how do I get the correct data, all the ingredients from the soap bottle, and any other thing that people send in to me? There's not an obvious solution. My hope was that we can use, that we can feed the words just into SageMaker, which is a machine learning model training solution from AWS. That we can use that one to then determine the ingredients go from here to there, for example. And then we have the ingredients, and then we can do further processing with those. But that doesn't seem so obvious either, although it's still a numeric value. So maybe there's something that we can do with it. It seems to mostly work on CSV data, which is not quite what I had in mind. But yeah. maybe there's some way to process the data that I have in JSON format, which comes out of texture from Textract, transform it into CSV, to map it in, or to pass it down to SageMaker. Or maybe there's a way that SageMaker can actually read JSONs. I don't know yet. We did a little bit of research and looked into this workshop that I can share once more. So, thank you for joining. I had a lot of learnings and a lot of things that I need to follow up on probably. I'm Mirko. This is the TypeScript Tea Time. Thank you for joining. If you liked what you've seen, consider following. And with that, I think we're gonna rate somebody. Let's take UK medals, I think. We can rate. He's currently working on what? I don't know. Streaming. Celebrate September. No, that's not it. Yeah, not sure what he's actually streaming on. Apparently he's doing some setup with OBS. All right, let's do that. Again, thank you so much and hope to see you next time in the TypeScript Tea Time. Goodbye, everybody.